Okay, so we are here in getting into Morehead City, or maybe we might be. Let's see where we're at. I haven't looked at the map in a minute. Yep, so we're in Morehead City. We're about to go over to, I believe it's called Atlantic Beach, or something like that. Yeah. Little barrier island off the coast of North Carolina. As you can see, we're already getting some pretty good snow. It's pretty windy as well. At times, it's very close to blizzard conditions already. And this will probably continue for much of the day. Quite a few of the models show pretty good snow right here. It's obviously pretty unusual for snow to be all the way to the coast here in North Carolina. And I don't think they've issued blizzard warnings, but I certainly wouldn't be surprised if they did. Let's see. Let's make sure they haven't snuck it in since the last time I looked. No, it doesn't look like any blizzard warnings, but it is absolutely possible that at some point they just decide to go ahead and issue them, because you're going to have the winds and you're going to have the snow. It's just a question of whether you're going to have those criteria met for the required amount of time. Roads are covering up quick here, and we are just about to go over the bridge over the Atlantic Beach Bridge, over onto that barrier island. Roads are just a little slick, not too bad just yet.
In half a mile, take a slight right onto Atlantic Beach Bridge. Take a slight right onto Atlantic Beach Bridge.
Been out here for a few hurricanes, but I've certainly never been out here for snow and almost blizzard conditions. This is pretty crazy.
At the next light, use the left 2 lanes to turn left.
Seeing snowplows on the coast. It is crazy. All the palm trees and snow. I'd probably bet I would see 10 hurricanes here before I would see this again.
At the light, turn left onto East Fort Macon Road.
No one comes along here, I'm gonna go straight, get a little drone video of the Atlantic Beach water tower sign there with the snow and some of these palm trees. This is a long light. The story of my life. Jesus. Seems like I'm always finding these lights that take forever. At least this one seems to be actually operating. Alright, nobody's coming. Oh, this is a straight lane as well. Good, sweet. Thought I might have needed to be one over. So, let's see. We're just gonna pull in here where it says no. It is a little slick. I just slid just then, so it is. We do have a little bit of sliding going on. Alright, let's make sure our airspace is good. Yep, all good. Sweet. Okay. Gonna fly the Mavic 3 Pro right now.
takeoff. Home point updated.
The Mavic 3 is very sensitive, at least the Mavic 3 Pro is very sensitive to anything that bumps along the lens. So any snow or anything, it can handle flying in it, but the gimbal does not like it. Alright, let's see if we can make a pretty shot. Indeed we can. It is definitely windy up there. Drone is having all sorts of issues with this wind. Although really it's just coming down to making the shot steady or not. There's my strong wind warning. Let's go over here. Oh, there's a snowplow. Perfect. They're at the light that I just was at, so that'll take them probably 10 minutes to turn. So they're going straight, so that means they'll probably be turning in a second. Maybe. Maybe not. Ugh. Needs to be automated lights everywhere. Based on, so yeah, they're not going. Okay, great. So, okay, so we have some time to fly for a minute. Let's do this. Atlantic Beach shot. Again, just a slightly different spin on it. Oh my goodness, come on, light. This plow guy needs to do some business. There we go. Nope, he's just easing up. There we go. And he is coming my way. Sweet. Then I will turn it into wide angle and follow him closely. It's going to spin around right there. There's power lines everywhere. Oh, he's salting, and he's salting and sanding. Let's see if I can drop in right here. No power lines. Perfect. Goes. Perfect. Okay, so got him doing that. And now let's get some shots of the palm trees. Actually, that's kind of a fun little area right there. Let's go back to the front view. So I'm just flying the drone around, getting some different shots. So the nice thing about a drone is I can set in one spot and get all sorts of fun shots instead of just having to constantly drive around. Also, I'm not getting cold, which is very important, because I have been cold plenty so far this year, and it just feels wrong to be cold on the beach. Okay. Yeah, we're getting gusts here easily into the 40-mile-an-hour range just above the surface, based on what my drone is doing. Alright, let's see if I can make this shot a little smoother, take it off sport mode, because the wind is really strong right now, but sport mode's hard to keep super smooth when it's so windy. So let's see if I can, yeah, that's definitely better. Perfect. We must be at low tide, I'm guessing. I know that I was looking at a high tide tomorrow morning, or not, wait, is today? What is today? Today Saturday? Yes, tomorrow morning, Sunday morning. In Duck, North Carolina, supposed to get decent water piling up there. Probably won't cause too many troubles except on that road that goes down to Hatteras and Buxton. Could definitely be some overwash there. And there's a good chance that road will get closed at some point. Alright, there are the, let's see, so temperature right here is 28.9. It shows still above freezing out on Cape Hatteras, except for the northern portion. And there's some very heavy precipitation offshore of me. And it may make its way in here. We could be looking at some really heavy snow in an hour or two, for sure.
level is low. Aircraft will return to the home point in 10 seconds. Critically low battery warning. Landing.
Alright, so got a little video of that.
I do want to take a second to touch on something that I think is really important. I'm a huge advocate for mental health on this page.
Oh, goodness gracious. Just checking to make sure the live stream is not being weird. And of course, I have to watch ads on my own YouTube. Fun times. Alright, let's get this battery charging. What's this guy doing?
No movement detected. Ending the ride.
Okay, why is this not charging? Hey, I'm a journalist, and I saw you out here taking pictures. Could I ask you a couple of questions about all this? Yeah, I'll pull right in behind you. Goodness gracious, it is cold out there. Just did a little interview with these local residents. They're just driving around. They call it a snow-a-cane. And that's not a very wrong way to call it, because you have very, very strong winds, and this is typically, hurricane area here, so that's a funny way to call it. They were way too excited to be in this. It's so cold. It's so cold, and you know, hopefully, you know, they do have trees here that, you know, like these palm trees still have their leaves on, obviously, so, probably won't have any power outages, but when you start getting, you know, more than 6 to 8 inches in areas that don't normally get that amount of snow, then, you know, there's always a chance that, you know, the power goes out, whether it's lines or trees or whatever. This area is just not used to having anything like that go on. Oh, sliding a little too much. We'll just go ahead and get into four-wheel drive. We don't want to run into anyone's mailbox or anything slipping and sliding. This dog is like, what is this madness? And they're gone. I'm getting some legit blowing snow right here. We'll video this. Oh, I think I can. Oh yeah, I need to figure out why that drone battery is not charging. What is going on? Well, that would make sense. It is completely unplugged. Holy cow. Alright, that should be charging now. It is. And let's see if we can... Oh, there they are. We're going to get some video of them. Drum batteries, drum batteries, drum batteries. This is how my car becomes a mess, because I start digging for stuff and needing it in a hurry, and stuff just goes flying everywhere. Come on. I think the winds are just calm enough, not being calm, but low enough that I can do this without causing too much risk of my drone going out of the ocean. But let's make sure, let's do a test flight. Sport mode.
Takeoff.
Yeah, we got it.
Home point updated.
Pumping fuel is a total breeze. Hit the power button.
Alright, so we're here in Atlantic Beach, North Carolina. People are coming over to the beach just to see what it looks like. We got dogs frolicking out here in the snow. Actually, I'm going to raise that up just a touch. Sorry. Heavier snow is on the way. see what else is on this island. Although it looks like this is the main access.
Head toward Atlantic Boulevard. Turn right onto Atlantic Boulevard. Then you'll turn left onto East Drive. Your route may be affected by winter storm warning. Turn left onto East Drive. Your route may be affected by winter storm warning.
I was planning to be out at Cape Hatteras today, but looking at the models, I just wasn't sure just how much snow they were going to get out there. Somewhere between, you know, a trace and probably 10 inches is what's going to end up happening. Somewhere out there is going to, probably the northern part, going to get several inches. Down at Buxton, you know, it's much more questionable, but really the best forecast out on the Cape right now is basically 1 to 10 inches. That's just what it is. A lot of the models here are showing around a foot and showing heavy snow through the day, and looking at radar as we have heavy snow approaching, it looks like that. So far, it looks like it might be a fairly accurate assessment. There was multiple models that were showing that the heavy snow down here in the Moorhead City, Atlantic Beach area. And so I kind of got between all of the places that I was interested in, between Greenville, Hatteras, and Moorhead City. And this morning, made the decision just to go ahead and come down here, and they already had probably a 1/4 inch or a 1/2 inch of snow already on the roads and everything from a heavy band that kind of came through a little earlier. Temperature is 29 degrees. And winds are, you know, they're gusting at times close to 40. They're not too 40 yet, but certainly into the mid-30s. Now up above the surface, when I was flying the drone, you know, at 200 or 300 feet, I didn't really want to go higher than that, because at that point I could feel the speed on the wind speed on the drone. That Mavic 3 can, you know, go, you know, 45 miles an hour or so, and you can kind of tell, you know, if you're going in sport mode and, you know, you're basically not moving, trying to go forward. It's a good indication that your winds are definitely 40 plus up in the, at least a couple of 100 feet up. It wasn't stronger than that because my forward momentum was never completely dead, but it was down pretty low. I was basically just crawling along in the sky. So, but at the surface with friction and buildings and everything, I was able to fly pretty good. Visibility was higher then than it is now, because the heavy snow is starting to pick up. And basically it's just seeing very few people out. There was a couple of ladies earlier, called this a snow-a-cane. They were just already feeling like they were cooped up. It's certainly going to be cooped up later, so they were getting out and just taking pictures of the snow. They went out on the beach. There's a guy with his dog out there. The dog, you know, just was having the time of his life, as dogs normally do in snow, unless you're my dog. And You take one look at it, and you run back in. And then he'll get chili paws, where if he tries to brave it, and it's really cold, and there's ice on the ground, he'll walk out there and eventually just start acting like he's crippled and holding his feet up and looking at you like, are you going to do something about this? And then we have to airlift him to safety. Wow, they have it open. Might come back here later when there's some more snow. There's no reason to get out and mess around with this right now. I'm going down here. This is, what, Fort Macon State Park. It's just a little bit heavier snow down here at the very end of this. Might go on to the other side of the inlet there and go up to the northeast a little bit. There is some heavier snow, but we're kind of on the edge of it here. You can see it's snowing pretty good right here. Ah, Coast Guard Station. Nice. Oh, it's going to be blizzardy out here. Yep. Heavy snow. Heavy snow. Right on the coast. Alright, let's see what our winds are gusting here. And now I'm covered in snow. Time to get down back to Atlantic Beach because the heavy snow is moving down there. Went ahead and put it in four-wheel drive just so it was not enough snow for that, but now, oh, are you gonna just run into me or something? So I'm going to go back down to where I was because they should be getting as heavy snow as we are now here. roads are definitely a little slick. If you go too fast right now, you definitely start sliding. Braking distance is also much, much less. Hands are definitely stronger.
Home point updated. Takeoff.
Alright, well that is a sufficiently icy drone. The worst part of flying a drone in the snow is having to put your defrost on hot for a while and be very, very hot, or have to put down your window and be cold and hot at the same time. I've never lost a drone because of being wet, other than when they've crashed into floodwater. But I just always like to put some hot air on them for a good long while. And I've always done that, so I don't know if that's why my drones can handle the bad weather or not, but I'm gonna keep doing it, but it sure sucks. Like I'm already burning up. So, wind it down a little bit, and the snow's coming in, and then I'm cold, so it's the worst part of flying a drone in the snow for sure. Lots of people coming down and looking at the beach. Pretty snow covered, obviously. It's not plexiglass, it's some sort of something like plexiglass that's around my camera. It's like in a bubble, so I'm zooming in. It's not got the greatest quality, but that is the beach there. Forget whenever I was hiking to that volcano in Iceland right after COVID. So I was like one of the only, really I was on the first flight that they allowed into the country. And it was like just probably like 5 Americans, you know, were on that flight because it was a very empty flight. In fact, there was literally like 10 people on the flight. Big plane. Anyway, so I'm hiking to this volcano, and of course it's, you know, this silly American me and all these Icelandic people. And, you know, I was coming from Arkansas, so, you know, I was dealing with 80s and 90s already at that point of the year. Hot, humid, you know, springtime weather in Arkansas. So I was already getting used to the warmer weather. Whereas, in Iceland, they were dealing with like 40s, 30s and 40s, but for them, it was balmy. It was like a nice day. It was even snowing at times. And this is the first time in my life that I have felt that in reverse, because the Icelandic people were looking at me like, like they were in shorts, and I'm like in 4 layers, and I got a coat on, and multiple pants, and my face is covered and hat, and I'm still cold. The wind's just ridiculous, and like half the people from Iceland are hiking up that volcano, and it's like they're in their shorts and short sleeves and just having a good old time. I've been in such cold weather that right now 30 degrees feels wonderful for me. Like, I don't even have a jacket on, short sleeve, just some sweatpants, and all of these people here in South Carolina or North Carolina, they are bundled up like they are trying to survive the North Pole or something. It's funny. So I'm sure they're looking at me like I'm crazy, but I've been dealing with a lot of snow over the last few weeks, and it's been very cold in Arkansas, so I've definitely gotten used to the cold weather. Your body definitely gets used to it, and I think I'd be like dying if I had much more clothes on. I'm not even sure I'm gonna get much more on, because it actually feels nice out there even with the wind. Might have to put some gloves on just because the fingers need them to be in tip-top shape for flying the drone. So it looks like we're about to get another heavy snow band. And it's coming into Emerald Isle, so I may go down there. Let's see what is down there. Emerald Isle Beach. Let's do it. Down to 28 degrees. Lightning strikes detected 105 miles south of my location. There is a chance later. Not a great chance, but there is definitely a chance later that we could see some, I think I'm on a one-way street. I think I am. Yep, I'm on a one-way street. I think later we could definitely see some thunder snow. At least as good a chance as this place has seen in quite a while. Sliding. Now you can tell where they've been plowing. I wonder if I can make this light. Let's see. Yes. I'm leaving Atlantic Beach, North Carolina, just south of Morehead City, headed on Fort Macon Road, headed towards, down towards Emerald Isle. Some heavy snow, a heavy snow band coming in, including, I think probably the first heavy snow down on the Emerald Isle end of this island, so heading down there. It's been snowing heavily for at least a couple of hours now. Really heavily the last hour. You can see the wind whipping the snow across the road. Visibility probably, it's certainly not a quarter mile, but it's maybe a sixth or so of a mile. got a Bronco Sport. Surely go a little faster than 10 miles an hour. Very few people out on the streets today. There were more earlier. I think a lot of people wanted to get a look at the snow on the beach before, you know, it got too deep. So they, you know, a lot of these people just do not feel comfortable driving on any snow. And when you don't get snow, that's typically how it is. So they wanted to get out. Some of them were worried about, you know, maybe losing power later, or certainly being kind of snowed in. You know, it's not out of the question. We could get, you know, 10 to 12 inches here, and that would obviously, most vehicles here just are not going to do very well in that situation. And, you know, there are, you know, there's trees here that don't lose leaves, and that aren't used to having, you know, the weight of, you know, snow on top of them. So when you combine that with the strong winds that we're going to get later tonight and in the morning, it's certainly not out of the question that there could be some power outages. I can get on Google Maps and see if this is a passing lane. Looks like it's a solid white line right now. And we're off. Heavy snow. It's a very heavy snow band currently on us. Coming down here toward Emerald Isle, where it might even be snowing heavier there than it is right here right now. But this is definitely more than an inch per hour. Maybe even an inch and a half. Maybe even approaching 2 at times, but the length of time that it's snowing this extremely hard isn't that long. So, but I'm definitely figuring we're getting at least an inch per hour, and a little more than that at times. Quite a few waves of heavy snow heading this way still. Looks like it'll be off and on heavy snow through much of the day here in this part of North Carolina, which I've left Morehead City and Atlantic City, North Carolina. Now I'm headed toward Emerald Isle. I've almost got my drone nice and dry. It's pretty good in snow a little while ago. It says this is Indian Beach. people venturing out right now. Barrier Island right here gets a little skinnier, so winds will probably be a little stronger coming through here. Airspace, I see a airport there. Let's see. Yep, there is an airport down here, but it looks like I can get Lance, so good. got just enough snow now. I'm gonna go check out some of these bridges. It's probably not gonna be super likely that anyone starts having any trouble except on some of these bridges. I don't think they're closed, but we'll check to see if anybody's having any troubles. It's actually the easiest driving in snow I've done all year because it's like no hills. So I am almost to Emerald Isle. So I'm on that barrier island off the North Carolina coast that goes from Atlantic Beach to Emerald Isle. Obviously heavy snow. Most people are staying home. There was a lot of people out earlier when it first started, kind of, you know, getting to experience, snow on the beach and just thinking that maybe later they weren't going to be able to get out as much because of the heavy snow and the roads becoming more difficult. So a lot of people were out earlier, not so much now. And wind's still picking up, and snow still heavy. There's a really heavy snow band on us right now on basically the entire barrier island, and so it's basically been dumping. Right now, especially where I'm at on the west end, down here toward Emerald Isle, it's still snowing decently the rest of the way back to Morehead City, and should continue to do that for really hours. So we might actually get some decent snow totals here in this area. I'm about to pull into a park that is on the sound side, which is where the wind's coming from, and we'll see what that looks like, what the waves are like, and could very well look a little blizzardy over there. Candy. Alright, so I believe it's gonna be right in here somewhere. Yep. Took a minute to stop there. Let's go over here to the boat put in, because I highly doubt anybody's going to be out on their boat today. So don't have to worry about getting in the way of anything. Like a nice put in right here. We even have boat etiquette signs and boat ramp etiquette signs and Fun and smart. Yeah, the winds definitely aren't as strong on this side of the islands as the eastern side. Yeah, winds right here are only like 15 miles an hour so far as my biggest gust, so nothing really going on the sound side. Where's this road get out of here at? Let's see. Oh, let's see. Emerald Isle boating access area. Well, that would be cool to live right here. This in your backyard. All right, I think I'm gonna go check out that beach area and then the bridge to see if the bridges are slick, if anybody's having any troubles. Shockingly, somebody was coming. That's why I included with directions. All right. Big snowflakes mixing in here. Let's take a look at radar. What's going on? Oh yeah, we're just in a nice, heavy onshore, heavy snow band. Huge snowflakes, which they're really clumps of snowflakes, but definitely going to be piling up if it keeps doing this very long. Temperature down to 26 degrees.
Before you start, consider viewing the available video tutorials or voice training functionality. Select the Do Not Tell Me Again option if you do not want this reminder again.
I don't know what's going on there. Oh, I see. I accidentally hit my button there.
Please try
Sliding all
again.
over the place. Alright. Let's go check out the beach area. Look at these huge snowflakes. Which again, they're actually just clumps of snowflakes. You get them just in very heavy snow. Apparently, this is not a place where we can get in. Okay. How do you get in? On that other road? Oh, it was over on the other road. I see. These snowflakes are like quarter, $half size even at times. Yeah, here we go. This doesn't look like anything that's interesting. Bogue Inlet Pier. No views or anything. Alright, let's go check out the bridge. See if anybody is having trouble. I don't even know if this is a toll bridge or not, but we will find out momentarily. I don't think I've ever been here before. With all the hurricanes that I've done in this area, I don't think I've ever been right here before, because none of this looks familiar. Okay, so is this a big bridge? It's probably decent. You don't see this size of snowflake very often. Which again, I call them snowflakes, but they're really clumps, just clumps of snowflakes that clump together and make it look like, you know, these gigantic flakes. And we're right in the middle of a heavy snow band, so it looks like it's going to continue for a little while. Yeah. So I'm here at Emerald Isle, about to go over the bridge to the mainland. Looks like it's called Cedar Point. It's across there, and then I'll probably head back towards Moorhead on Highway 24, where there's more traffic. Looks like there might be a few traffic issues there. So about to go over a bridge. Going over bridges in hurricanes can be pretty scary. But I think the scariest bridge that I've ever went over was down last year on the Louisiana coast for a coastal snowstorm, and it was iced over, and it was one of those really tall bridges, and it was pretty terrifying. It was pretty terrifying. And I'd been over that bridge in winds, of 130 miles an hour or more, and Hurricane Laura, and but it wasn't nearly as scary as going across that when it was covered in ice. And I slid down it a few times, but luckily there were places where there was a little bit of pavement that you could kind of catch on. Otherwise it would have just been a nice long bobsled to the end. Hopefully this bridge is not like that. I doubt it is. In fact, looks like there's a plow right up there. It's a good sign. Hope they're spinning out here on the roundabout. Oh, that's not a plow. Never mind. It's just a work vehicle. Alright, let's see what this bridge is all about. Haven't even had a chance to look at it on Google Maps, so if it's just a causeway bridge and there's no elevation, then my bad. Come on, people, don't stop. Oh. I don't want to run that, even though nobody's coming. Blah. Goodness, where we go. I was hoping to be behind vehicles going up there. I don't think I can catch them though. Nobody behind me, so I am going to get video of this sign. B. Cameron Langston Bridge. almost got to the edge of the snowband now, so I will definitely be turning east back toward Morehead City. We'll see if the people inside the city have managed to not get stuck or spin out. The bridge isn't too bad. It is a little slick. Part of the lanes are partly snow covered, but there's concrete exposed, so there's no troubles there. But as we continue to get more snow, that bridge will become more and more fun. And our temperature now getting down to 25.7, and I always look at about 26 degrees, especially in the southern states, places that don't normally get snow. A lot of times 26 degrees is about the magic number where the roads really are able to start freezing pretty readily. Before that, just the innate heat of the concrete from the daytime, there's still a little bit of solar radiation that's making it through even on a cloudy day like this, as well as the salt, sand, beet juice, and everything else that people put on these roads helps to keep the temperature, the melting point, a little bit lower. But once you get to about 26 degrees, that's when, and below that, that's when the roads really start to, to freeze up. Now, obviously, you can have snow accumulations when the snow is snowing heavily, but I'm talking about like actual ice, forming. So there very well could be some of that starting to form, and obviously that bridge would be a prime candidate for that, because it doesn't even have to, on a bridge overpass, something that's elevated, it's going to freeze a lot quicker than the places that are on the grounds. But it looks like they've sanded that bridge pretty good, salt and sanded and plowed it, and of course that's what they should do, because those are the most dangerous areas. It's really the only areas around here that I guess have any hillage, which is of course where most people, especially with people with only two-wheel drive, run into problems. So it's still snowing decently, but the heavier snow we'll get into in just a few minutes. We kind of outran the snow going a little bit too far west, and even on cue it's already picked up. This is a 4-lane road, yes. Definitely more traffic over here. There was hardly any, really hardly any traffic at all on the barrier island. Of course, this is the mainland, and there's several towns, Morehead City, and of course you can have travelers traveling through on this road. So we'll see if everybody's driving the right way, if anybody has any problems. I've been driving on snow and being in blizzards and stuff for months now this winter, from Iowa and Chicago to let's see, Iowa again, Arkansas, California, and I feel like I'm missing something, but had a few feet of snow up at Donner Pass, California a few weeks ago. Y'all can watch that video on my YouTube. There was the interstate actually got closed, and I was actually filming what caused the closure with the drone. There was people like spinning out, and it was really kind of sad. You would have people that were in vehicles that you would think would be fine, like what I have, a Tacoma, but it must have been a two-wheel drive. So anyway, he stops to help, to see if the trooper wanted help it to move to get a vehicle out, and that guy got over a little bit too much and got into the kind of the ice, and he got stuck. And I saw numerous instances of people who were trying to help, and then they ended up getting stuck, and it just caused this huge problem because it's on a hill, and so all the 18-wheelers and vehicles that weren't well equipped for that snow just started having trouble. So, but that happens all the time up there, not so much down here. Maybe it's not out of the question that someplace around here could get a foot of snow. I would guess that there's probably some places already that have got a couple of inches in here. And looking at radar, it's going to continue snowing most of the day. It'll be occasionally heavy like this, which you can see the visibility has kind of dropped. And so that's one of the ways you can tell that the snow is, has gotten heavier. Everybody's going a pretty respectable speed. It is a little slick, so I am in four-wheel drive. Really doesn't do much other than right now, because this isn't really anything for this truck, but on curves and on turns and things like that, it can help keep the sliding to a minimum. You can start to see ruts in the road. That's usually a good indication of at least an inch or two of snow here. But I think the heaviest accumulations are going to just be a little bit further east, probably where I started off there at Atlantic Beach. This is a 4-lane road. I'm giving them all plenty of room. Kind of where there should be in the lane, so I got plenty of room. Definitely don't want to scare anybody into doing something that's gonna mess up their vehicle, so I always try to be very careful with everyone else. Some pretty heavy snow right here. It's accumulating on the trees pretty good now too. And that'll just continue. And of course, there's a lot of trees here that don't shed their leaves. There's I see some magnolia beside us, and of course we have pine and things like that. So if we get more than 6 inches of snow, and maybe even in that area or in that range of accumulation, it's not out of the question some of these trees can start bending over a little bit and cause some power outages. Probably more worrisome later tonight when that low pressure continues to deepen. The winds are going to increase, and I mean we very well could have winds gusting here to well over tropical storm force, 50 mile an hour or better. They're in the fast lane, but looks like they're cool with it. I'm not going to scare them into getting out of their lane. I had a Tesla a minute ago, I think it was, that was right up on me. I don't know the speed limit here. Let's see. There's an officer. I don't know what he's doing. Like the speed limit is 55. Perfect. Not going anywhere near that. Actually, I think that officer turned around, so he may come speeding by here in a minute. He may have a call he's on. In fact, let's listen on the scanner real quick, make sure nothing's going on. What is my zip code here? So, I think I saw comments about driving too fast. Well, I'm driving 10 to 15 under the speed limit, and I'm in a vehicle that has driven in snow most of the past 2 months, and I drive in snow like all the time. In fact, the other day I was driving on solid ice, and this truck, actually I can drive on solid ice. I have ice chains that have spikes on them, so I can actually drive when the road is completely covered in ice when no one else can even drive. And I was able to do that pretty successfully as well. So as you can see, I can stop just fine. A lot of these other vehicles, they're going slower than they probably need to, but they don't drive on snow. This is a 4x4 vehicle. It's very heavy as well, with all of my gear in it, and this is like 2 or 3 inches of snow, and I've been in feet of snow already this year multiple times, also with zero visibility, much worse than this. So the only issue I have is just making sure, is this a 4-lane road, which it appears to be. I'm going to double check on maps. So even this vehicle right here, they're going at decent speed. Yeah, this is 4-lane, so I'm going to politely go around them. We got plenty of room. In fact, I'm going to get over a little bit, even off the side here, so there's plenty of room for them, so they don't have to get over. But it's kind of like the the Ricky Bobby thing. When you're on a road and everybody else is going super slow, it's probably going to look like I'm going fast, but I'm not going fast at all. In fact, I'm not slipping. I haven't felt one slip. So I've never wrecked in snow. It's pretty hard for this vehicle to do that. I'd have to be driving. Well, I'd have to be driving pretty fast to have trouble in snow. So there's a lot of people right now who, they may not drive on snow, maybe, once a year, if that, here. And it's good for them to go slow. You should drive as slow as, you feel comfortable and what your vehicle is capable of doing, and slower is certainly better. Is that a plow? It is a plow. There's nothing I can do about it because that vehicle is not too far behind me. And they're actually plowing up and actually there's a couple there, plowing up a decent amount off the road. And that's probably, yep, they're putting down some liquid to also try to melt the stuff that they can't get up with the plow. So North Carolina Department of Transportation working really hard to keep these roads at least somewhat drivable. I mean, it's really not bad at all. Snow is really not too much to worry about unless you're in a vehicle that isn't well equipped for it, or you're driving you're driving a vehicle that's not equipped for it, or you don't have any experience. So. But even that, there's no hills, it's nice and wide here. Everybody's kind of driving the same speed, 10 to 20 miles an hour under the speed limit at least. And so for me, the only thing I really have to worry about is other people doing stuff stupid. If anybody was watching the live stream last week in Arkansas, there was a few incidents on there where, you know, I'm driving a respectable speed on the interstate, it's snow covered, you know, probably driving 50, 60 miles an hour, totally fine, no issues. And all of a sudden, you know, an 18-wheeler comes by at like 80, 90 miles an hour, and I'm not joking. It had to be at least 80, but it passed me so quickly that I kind of feel like it was more than 80. But you know, and he was in my lane a little bit, so I had to get over kind of on the edge, and I got onto the sleep strip, so I knew I was getting close to the edge of the road. And you know, there for a moment, I thought, man, this is not optimal. And he came out of the snow so quick, it was snowing heavily, that I didn't see him until he was pretty much on me, and then he's just flying by. And so that's the kind of thing that, you know, is very dangerous, you know, dealing with other people on the road. And so you just never know what people are going to do. Not sure if he was not in the kind of vehicle that he needs to really be out doing this on, but looks like he's getting him some gas. So it looks like he's not carrying. Sometimes, you know, you pass a vehicle, and emergency vehicles, sometimes they don't like it, but there's plenty of room there. He didn't have his lights on or anything, so. When I pass people, I make sure that they do not have to move from the lane that they're in. If that means even putting my toes, my wheels out on the, you know, on the edge of the road, I will, because I know that my vehicle can handle these situations. And so, you know, when I'm passing vehicles, I'm making sure that they don't have to move, even if they're not in the lane. You know, like I've passed vehicles today that they were not where they needed to be. They were not in their lane. They probably had no idea that, you know, where they were on the road. You know, the nice thing is a lot of these roads are nice and wide, like right here. It's a 4-lane and a turn lane in the middle, so there's plenty of room. But you know, I'm not going to get too close. Kind of like when that truck passed me. You know, he was in my lane, and it was super scary. And there might have been an inch between me and him. And you know, if he'd have hit me, then, you know, it wouldn't have been good. I'd have been spinning out of control, and I was probably going fast enough that, you know, I'd have been injured. So, you know, I know what that feels like. I know what it looks like. So when I do pass people, I'm not going to pass them in an area where they have to adjust what they're doing. I'm going to make sure they see that there's plenty of room for me to go around them safely, and you know, that everything's fine. Definitely don't want to, you know, a lot of people around here do not drive on snow very often, so I know they're scared. They're probably freaking out. They're probably only out on the road because they have to go to, you know, something important, whether it's getting food or work or whatever. So the last thing I'm going to do is, you know, make it where they're scared and uncomfortable, because that'll be when that person makes a mistake, and their mistake could lead to, you know, hitting me. So, you know, I definitely don't want anyone to have that happen. And in fact, I've never had that happen. So I've had people lose control beside me that were trying to pass. I have had that happen, but not vice versa. You know, usually I'm going, you know, at a pretty good clip. So if people are passing me, then yeah, they're probably going too fast. And I have had people lose control and almost hit me when they've been passing me. You know, so it's, you know, and it depends upon, like right here, the whole road is fine. So right here, there's like only an inch or two of snow across the whole road, and so no matter what lane you're in, you know, you can drive. You know, sometimes on the interstates when there's heavy snow, you know, there's like one lane that's plowed that's really good, and the other lane is crappy. And sometimes, you know, people will try to pass on the snow-covered lane and pass people that are in a non-snow-covered lane. They have to go pretty fast to do that, and obviously, you know, that can be a problem. But luckily, none of that today. It looks like they're staying ahead of the plowing. This must be a pretty main road, because I've seen quite a few plows on this road. They've been putting some liquid down. I'm not sure what they're using here. Probably just some sort of salt brine. And so So they're doing a great job here, and you can see on the other side, they passed a little while ago, and you can see how the difference is between this eastbound lanes that I'm in and the westbound lanes over there. You can actually see the road a little bit over there, so they're staying ahead of it. And looking at radar, you know, we still have a good amount of heavy precipitation. We got another heavy snow band coming in about an hour or so, and some very, very, very heavy precipitation offshore. That if that makes it in, will be very, you know, that will be some rapid accumulation, kind of like what we experienced a little bit earlier. I have seen most stores are open, so you know, I didn't really know what to expect here in North Carolina. I know, or at least the coast here in North Carolina. I know the upstate parts get way more snow, and snow is not uncommon up that way. But I was wondering if this would all shut down or what. But it looks like quite a few stores, at least the ones that you really need to be open, like gas stations and convenience stores. I don't know if I've seen any fast food open or not. And you can see the visibility is much better now. That's just kind of, we're between the heavier snow bands right now. I've seen quite a few people sliding, but I haven't seen any accidents, really anything that's been close, and hopefully it'll stay that way. Also, when I do pass someone, I'm going to go much, much slower. I'm going to get way over so they don't have to do anything, so they can see everything is safe and no problems. Thought maybe that vehicle was having trouble, and I slid, missed my entrance there. I'm gonna go back and make sure it's one of those lowrider vehicles. I think they might be having trouble, so. But you can saw that slide that I did right there. So there's definitely some ice forming up underneath there. Let's see where this road goes. Looks like they were able to get out of there. Well, like butter. That guy almost went into the ditch back there, but he got out. I definitely wouldn't be driving around one of those trucks that are like an inch off the ground, where the frame is like an inch or two off the ground, which is what that was. So, not optimum to be driving that in the snow. Probably why he lost it back there. A lot of unhappy people in the world, apparently. I'm gonna get over. I don't want that guy that's walking on the side to be splattered with snow or scared. So. It's also straight as well. The wind is way calmer on this side, so obviously when you're out on that barrier island, like I was earlier, just that little acceleration between the barrier island and the mainland, and that little sound is enough to get the winds kind of cranking out there. But here it's basically calm. I'm about to go back out to the beach area. Wouldn't it be amazing if that Burger King was open? Like, it would be amazing. Oh my God. Bless you, North Carolina. That vehicle is having troubles. Yep, they hit the curb. Let's see if I can get around him. Yep, he's spinning out like crazy. Oh, I'm in the wrong parking lot. This is the Bojangles parking lot. I see. Well, it's good because I can get video of this guy having issues. Nope, he got away. It is pretty slick. Now, I'm going to be really disappointed if that Bojangles is open and the Burger King is not. I don't have Bojangles where I live, so I don't know anything about them. But let me guess, the Burger King is not open. Of course. What is Bojangles? Let's see. They were hopping over there. Bojangles. So they have chicken strips and like a chicken place, isn't it? Burger? Alright, here's the menu. Chicken sandwiches, chicken. Well, I have to tell y'all that the chicken, I actually have chicken in this vehicle that I have homemade. I have it in a freezer back there, and then I warm it up in a little warming thing. And I'm not gonna get Bojangles chicken because it's not as good as mine. I can tell you that for sure. So, thank you, Burger King, for not being open. Props to Bojangles. They were busy over there, so I'm guessing they're probably the only place brave enough to be open. So that's where everybody's going. Now, if there's a Popeyes, you know, I might could go for that, but because it's a little spicier than mine, so it's different. But disappointed. Could have really used a Burger King burger. Hadn't had one in a while. Alright, back to it. So, almost to the bridge. The Atlantic Beach Bridge. I spent years trying to, perfect my chicken. We have a place, I don't think they're down here in Northwest Arkansas, called Raising Cane's, and literally all they do is chicken tenders. And for places, most places, if they only basically do one item and fries, you can rest assured it's good, and it is. And for years, I tried to, have my chicken tenders be as good or better than theirs. And I finally have got to the point where they are. So I have five containers of chicken tenders back there, frozen in meal prep containers. I have it in a refrigerator. My chase vehicle is basically, my hotel. So I don't actually do hotels storm chasing, even though I'm, right now I'm 18, 19 hours from home, and go all over the country. By the way, KFC also closed, Pizza Hut also closed. So again, shout out to Bojangles for being the only open place. Kudos for that. Not interested in your chicken, but that's major props for being open. I'm sure that's probably something they do. But so I have a refrigerator, freezer. Keeps everything nice and frozen, cold. I'll put drinks in there and get them cold. Looks like we have a spin out up here. So let's see what we got. Yep, looks like a vehicle has got troubles. I'm gonna pull across and see if I can get a little video. Baskin Robbins closed, although understandable. Alright, let's get over here. Turn in here. And then we will pull right here. Just a simple little slide off. Nothing super serious. Looks like they're just waiting to probably have somebody pull them out. Doesn't look like they have a bumper bar on their vehicle, so unlike the cool kids in California, their troopers will just push people, you know, out of the trouble they're in, which is, I must say, pretty cool. And they do it very gently, so it doesn't cause any problems. And, you know, otherwise you're having to wait on a tow, and a lot of those situations in California are, you know, it's pretty dangerous. So, you know, it's actually seems like a really smart idea to, you know, to do that. And the people, you know, let them, they ask, so they don't just push people out without asking. You know, they'll ask, and every time I've seen it, the people are like, heck yeah. Although, I think about half the time that the police or the troopers pull them out or push them out, they immediately get stuck again. So apparently it doesn't help them a tremendous amount. All right, let's see how much snow we got on the ground. Looks like a couple inches. Let's make sure we are not in any airspace. Nope, we are all good to fly. All right. And it's not snowing as hard, so my visibility is good.
Home point updated.
Actually, it'd be better to shoot from this side. That's where his lights are. So just getting video of this little slide off. Winds are really gusting through here. There's a good wind gust. Yep, just looks like they got into that snow there on the side that's not been graded, and you know, they probably had like front wheel drive or something and just didn't have a chance. But looks like their vehicle is not damaged in any way, so they're basically just looking for somebody to get them back on the road. And honestly, I would do it, but they probably have already called someone. And also, for vehicles like that getting stuck in this, there's a good chance the driver probably is not very good at driving on snow, and they're probably just going to get stuck again. So they probably need a tow to somewhere safe. Because it's not without risk. I mean, if you spin out at the wrong moment, you know, you could, you know, get into a vehicle, cause some problems. That's why it's good to stay home in situations like this, you know, because really it's only a bunch of people on the road, which basically makes it dangerous. There's a few vehicles, definitely a safer environment to drive in. Okay, and I'm done. Oh, that's a good shot right there. Okay, bringing the drone in. There I am. continuing on to the Atlantic Beach, Atlantic Beach, North Carolina.
Landing.
Alright, this needs to charge. Probably, if the snow isn't super heavy, I might do a little flight along the beach here in a minute with the drone and plug it into the live stream so y'all can see. How far do I have to go to cross back over? Right here. About to go across the bridge back to Atlantic Beach. They got an aquarium down here. So Atlantic Beach, Fort Macon. Let's check out the radar. Perfect. Let's see if this bridge is safe or not. Looks like they've been really working on it though. Let's see. Yeah, doing pretty good on it for sure. Nope, no ice, just a little bit of snow accumulating on it because, you know, it's snowing pretty heavily. Looks like 2 inches of snow reported on the east end of the island. Oh, nope, that's on Hawkers Island or something? Harkers. So 2 inches of snow has been reported at Harkers Island. About an inch near the National Weather Service office, looks like, or near the Doppler radar anyway, and Newport. And we got some very heavy precipitation coming in off the ocean. And it's even mixing a little bit with sleet right now, if you hear the pings. 27.5 degrees, so it is about 1.5 degrees or so warmer here than it is on the west side of the island, which makes sense because you know, towards the west, that is where the colder air is coming from, and so it's been moderated just slightly less, so just slightly warmer here, probably why we're mixing in with just the slightest amount of sleet. But it is still mostly snow. But yeah, I actually do see a few pellets. So I'm back at Atlantic Beach, if you can't see the sign or the water tower, which is right there. Looks like pretty much everything is closed out here on this barrier island. I don't know that I've seen anything open except maybe one gas station, but I don't know, that truck was going a little too fast on a curve. And they got a little close to me too doing it. I don't know how much is open anyway, because I know this isn't exactly their season, so a lot of this may just be closed because it's winter off season. But I figure there's probably at least a few restaurants and stuff that stay open through here, but everything's closed down out here. But it is going to be pretty feisty. All right, green. It's going to be pretty feisty here later when the winds pick up and the snow is continued. And, you know, it's going to be snowing most of the day, so we're going to, you know, end up having some decent accumulations of snow. And then later tonight and tomorrow morning, when we get that strong winds, there's going to be some snow drifts. And so, you know, that's obviously not something that's going to happen down here very often, but you know, it's not out of the question that you could have drifts that are feet deep in spots, places where there's trees and then open areas, you know, where the wind can deposit that snow across the road. So tomorrow morning, it definitely could be, you know, pretty hard traveling out here for sure. There is quite a few more vehicles here than there were earlier. People braving it. Am I in a parking lot? Let's see. Indeed I am. It's snowing a little too hard for flying the drone right now. Visibility is a little bit too low, but looks like it's about to slack up just a touch, and I'll fly it out to the beach. Bundle up the baby. Oh goodness. I'm trying. It's not as fun walking into the snow and the sleet because it's coming right in your face. So walking out there, it would have been not too bad. It would have been at your back, and then all of a sudden you're walking back to your car and it's like pounding you in the face. And now there's sleet, even better, or even more painful. I kind of want to interview them. You know what? I'm gonna see if they will. So that was awesome. So I talked to the people who had the baby, and it was exactly what I said, which was, you know what, let me see if I can pull over there and get them, figure out their name, or give them my name. No, they're leaving. Well, maybe they'll stumble across the video. So anyway, they came here about it from an hour and a half away just to you know, just to experience this, and it was just like what I said. They walked out there, you know, all of the sleet and the snow was at their back, and then on the way in back to their vehicle, you know, it started sleeting heavily and snowing heavily, and you know, it was right in their face. So obviously, you know, when you have snow and ice pellets hitting you in your face, wind blown at, let's see, yeah, we're gusting easily over 30 miles an hour right now. So they had that in their face. So if you are watching the stream, you know, you saw them trying to cover up the child. I was out there unexposed. I don't have anything on, and it is a little colder than it was. You know, the wind is really the only issue. You know, 30 degrees is actually pretty nice for me right now. But you know, the wind chill on my weather station says it's 16. You know, 14 now. So that's pretty cold. So they were trying their best to cover up that child, and he's 8 months old. The child's 8 months old, and so they just wanted to, you know, experience, you know, this rare, you know, rare bit of crazy weather here in North Carolina. And I asked them, you know, is it worth it, you know, for you to come down there? And they're like, absolutely. You know, this is an experience, basically, that, you know, the family and the child will, you know, the child may not remember it, but he'll certainly see pictures. Maybe he'll be able to see the video of them coming up the beach, trying to cover him up and protect him, while, you know, them themselves are being accosted by sleet and snow. So fun little story there. And you know, the child was totally fine. Of course, it was only a few seconds, and they were trying desperately to keep him covered up, and so all good there. It's definitely you know, it's definitely a little miserable out there. That, you know, I had the right side of my face exposed in just interviewing the man there on just in his vehicle. So he was, you know, wasn't gonna make him obviously get out. They just experienced that. But yeah, the side of my face is still a little numb. That wind and the ice pellets hitting it, definitely not super fun. So hopefully that baby doesn't have any bad memories. But of course, that young, they won't remember a thing other than just the memories of the pictures and video from the experience. So I am just trying to get thawed out now. I really want to fly the drone out there, but it's still kind of too much precipitation, and sleet actually will, sleet's one of the hardest things to fly in, not because it's hard to fly in it, but because whenever you have wind-driven sleet and it hits the camera gimbal, it will, the camera gimbal is pretty sensitive on the drone, so it'll make that jerk. And so, you know, if you're like in the middle of a very smooth and fancy motion, and you have a sleet pellet hit, you know, then that's going to ruin it. It's going to basically jump around and mess up your framing. So, really needed to just go back to snow or slack off just a little bit more here pretty soon, and I'll fly the drone. can't quite make it out, but there is just a tremendous amount of snow drifting out there. Just flying along the ground. You can just barely even see the water out there. I mean, that water's not that far away. Might be showing it a little better. Oops. It is actually almost completely sleet now. There is very little snow now falling. It is turned almost completely to sleet. Temperature is 27 degrees. So, you know, we'll see if this continues or if it's just a temporary change. Obviously, sleet will cut into the snow accumulation totals in a big way if it continues to sleet very much. So, we will see. I know that some of the models had it mixing briefly. Most of the models have shown this area here to be mostly snow, really all day long. So we will see. We got a very heavy band. In fact, let me just switch this. I'm gonna use my cell phone here in a minute. I might even go out on the beach here in a second. In fact, I will. I'll go out on the. I'll take the phone out onto the beach here in a minute. I'll put on some extra clothes for that whole ordeal. Let's see, we want the back camera, back ultra wide camera, and we want audio. Ouch. Okay, so I'm right there. And I gotta mute this more. There we go. That is not muting, because I'm going to have feedback if I don't. All right. Okay, so you can see where I'm at right there, and look at what we have coming our way. I mean, that is heavy, heavy, heavy. I'm guessing that, you know, that's probably going to be sleet, and that's some pretty heavy precipitation right there. So, 2 inches over at Parker's Island, 1.5 inches there near Morehead City, about 1 inch. And we put this in motion, you can see that it is going to be coming our way. In fact, I'll probably wait a moment, and I'll probably go out on the beach and do a live stream whenever it is crazy like that. That'll give me some time to put some more proper clothes on, and so I'll do that. That'll probably be about 10-15 minutes out. Where are my face masks? Oh, there's a face mask. Perfect. There's a face mask. That's the most important thing. Oh, I need some fingerless gloves. Goodie bag of warm things. Let's see what we got in here. Boom. Gloves and a hoodie. Perfect. And now we just need to put on these snow pants. And we will be immune to, that's just my seat going back, people, don't worry. That's just my seat rolling back. All right. Putting on all these clothes. I'm probably gonna dying out there, but I don't want to get way out there and be cold, so. Really should probably have boots on, but hopefully the snowdrifts aren't too crazy out there yet. All right, shoes back on. And window screens so nobody will think I've abandoned my vehicle. Take it. Not that that's very likely. But better safe than sorry. Jacket. And I think I am good. There we go. It may drop out. We'll see. Still just sleep right now. It's very possible we'll be done for snow for a while.
detected, ending the ride.
Well, that was cold. That was very, very cold. But I bundled up just enough to not be completely losing my feeling. Too freaking hot. was unfortunate. Alright, well, that wasn't too bad of a catastrophe. Had a frozen 12-ounce drink and didn't know it. And it tried to blow up. Throw my toy! Can we please throw my toy? Can we throw my toy? Can we please throw my toy? Like, how many times do I have to tell you? Throw the toy. You don't love me. Clearly. Because I'm sitting here wanting my toy thrown, and you're filming me. Oh, I dropped it. You almost got it. Now he's real pissed. Quit playing. Oh, here we go. Oh, he lost it. Threw it too far. Nope. Maybe he did find it. Or we've lost our dog. There's like snow stuff coming out of there. I don't know. I don't know. I thought it went that way. There we go. All is right in the world. One more time. Come on, one more time. He took my toy. How rude. I'll take it out of that hand. Fine. This band may actually be a lot of snow because there's starting to be huge snowflakes starting to mix in with the sleet. So yeah, there's a chance this is going to be a heavy. Those snowflakes are big. A heavy snow sleet mixture. Alright, I'm going to try to do one drone flight before it gets too, visibility gets too bad.
Takeoff. Home point updated.
definitely picking up.
Landing.
we have a really heavy band continuing to move on shore. The heaviest, looks like it's mostly snow now. I'm not hearing any pings, so it's all snow now, no sleet. It is coming on shore, and looks like we got about 2 or 3 inches right now. That'll probably add another inch, and we got another wave behind that. So it's definitely, outside of western North Carolina, this definitely looks like probably the best bet for decent accumulations, as long as we stay snow and don't switch back to sleet again. I am still in Atlantic Beach, just getting video off of my drone onto my phone. We're kind of under a pretty good band right now. It did obviously switch over to back to snow. Look around. automatic 1 hour turn off on my truck, which is super annoying. Just a bit annoying. Oh, we got another dog. Figure out a lane. Alright, seat back in position. Not a great time to be walking across the bridge. Sleep mixing in again. Get down into downtown Morehead City. Goodness gracious, I'm gonna get that ice off of there. Actually, let's go check out that bridge. That's going to be some pretty strong winds on that bridge, probably. Nice little slide. What are you doing? You can't just stop on the freaking road, man. Jesus. Yeah, you're scared. You shouldn't even came up the bridge, man. But you can't just stop in the road. Bridge ain't even slick. Been salted, sanded, brined. It's like I'm feeling nothing but road. Is this a 2-lane? Oh my gosh, is it a 2-lane? No, it's a turn lane. Nope, this is definitely a 2-lane. Even the other cars passing that truck. That truck's stupid, man. Just stopping in the road. No idea what they're doing. This bridge has way more snow on it. There's even a plow over there. Very strong up here. Move my vehicle around. I don't really understand that plow that we just passed. I mean, he's plowing all of the stuff like into this lane. Like it was going over the median and into this lane. Seems a little like inefficient, but that's just me. It seems like if you were gonna, like, you should be plowing it the other way. That way it goes off the bridge, you know, like into the water. But I don't know. I don't know about plows. Maybe that's the way to do it. All right, we got a nice wind blown area right here. I want to try to get some video if I can find a spot. snow devil right there. Oh, it hit us. Didn't feel anything though. There's another little snow devil. There is no stopping right here. It's really slick. Beaufort, North Carolina. That's not going enough. y'all shouldn't be crossing right now. Because I have green. Like, this much I know. What does radar look like? More heavy bands of snow incoming. Maybe a little dry slot, so heading west is definitely a good idea. Got to edit some video real quick.
Andrew Jernigan. Dan, where are you from? I'm from Goldsboro.
Head toward Hestron Drive. Head toward US 70 West. Head toward Hestron Drive. At the stop sign, turn right onto Hestron Drive. Then at the next light, you'll use the right 2 lanes to turn right. At the light, turn right onto US 70 West.
70. Just gonna go up the road a few miles, see what it looks like, and then probably gonna head back down to the coast. I was gonna go out to Cape Hatteras and Buxton and that down there, but you know, it's like a 4-hour drive, and you know, I don't even think it's really snowed a ton there yet. So I'm probably just gonna stay down here where we've already gotten in the 4 to 6 range in many spots. So the effects here are pretty, you know, they're pretty good. So I'll see what I can find in the Morehead City area. Snow-packed, several inches of snow packed down. It's not super slick, but you know, you can't go too fast on it. Guess the plows turned around. that was a waste of time. Ridiculous. Just ridiculous. conundrum. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go. We don't have time. Fuck.
Take off.
Just barely was able to get that. But I got it. Wasn't the greatest video, but it was video.
Landing.
Oh, goodness, what a cluster.
Your route may be affected by winter storm warning.
Alright, that goes there, this goes there. Let's go there. Thinking about it, turn this off, and look at that. Roads are getting deep enough with snow that if you don't have a truck or SUV, you're probably going to start having troubles. For sure. doing that. They're on the other lane of traffic where vehicles are driving. Someone was pulling a sled with 2 youngsters, and obviously that's just not a good idea. Not on a main road. Not a good idea. Obviously is dropping pretty good. You can't really see that far in front of you anymore. A lot of blowing snow. Because I've got to make sure that I can see what I'm doing. Make sure that nobody's going to hit me since the visibility is so low. It's a lot easier for people to have problems. Side road, so I can't really turn around there. I might as well just wait for the super center that's up here. So when everything's covered in snow and you start making assumptions or guesswork, that's how you end up in a ditch very fast. car up there in a vehicle that really shouldn't be on the roads. He looks like what the Ford Mustang or something, and I don't know, guys. I just don't know how much longer he's going to be able to successfully drive that vehicle in this snow.
The car, bro. No, man. I'm just looking out for you, man. We just don't want you to be on the interstate. We're not going to see right now.
So we're on Highway, 24, between Morehead City and down there towards Cedar Point, then across the bridge into Emerald Beach. Pretty much 4 to 7 inches, I'd say, in this entire area, and the heavy snow continues. And it looks like it's going to be continuing for a little bit longer. There's still plenty of snow offshore that is headed in. Roads are snow packed. They really are deep enough now where if you don't have a truck or something, you know, you're going to have trouble. I'm gonna have to pull over at some point and just knock all the ice off. Winds are definitely picking up, and all this snow just making visibility very, very low. entrance is right here. Let's hope it is. Yes, it is. That's enough of that. Jesus. gonna go up here and cross the bridge back onto the barrier islands. I think it's what, Emerald Isle down that is what it's called, and then go all the way back on that eastern end. There could be some more significant winds. Looks clear both ways. Visibility is just not very good right now with all this blowing snow. As you can see, very limited visibility. This is Highway 24 that I'm on, and I will cross over on that bridge on Highway, 58, over to Emerald Isle, and then go down the barrier island all the way down to Atlantic Beach. A crew of electric workers just in case there's any troubles. Didn't know what they were. I wouldn't even be surprised if they were deployed somewhere else. Maybe they're just coming back to their home area or something like that, realizing that, you know, they could have been deployed over where the freezing rain and all that stuff was. Workers, just in case.
Your route may be affected by winter storm warning.
will. Cape Carteret is where I be. They barely made that curve and almost ran into that vehicle, which actually is a state trooper. You definitely know that they don't have tremendous amounts of snow and ice and everything over here, because most of the trooper vehicles are you know, cars, not SUVs and trucks and things. Here's another one. bridge here. Hopefully it won't be too scary. The only real issue on the bridge is it's rutted, so you know, driving in, you know, deep snow ruts, you know, it's going to kind of toss you around a little bit, and if you're not really really careful, you know, you could lose control. So again, I probably wouldn't go over this bridge unless I had at least all-wheel drive. So the total, snow totals here, 6.5 inches. So I would say most of this from Emerald Isle to Atlantic Beach, probably 4 to 7 inches, pretty solid. That was the curb. Like almost continuous little snow whirls. Would love to catch one of those on drone, but that would be pretty much impossible. just would be dumb luck to catch them. Because even though they're pretty constant, they don't last long. Some of them on the east end of the island, over there by Atlantic Beach earlier, those were actually, I thought about pulling over and trying to shoot those, but none of them really last that long. They just kind of look neat. I am in between two snow bands, so that's why it's kind of gotten a little bit better visibility. This is actually quite pleasant to drive in this, being able to see so far and in front of you. But there is more snow about to hit me, probably within 20 minutes at most, probably less than that really, and it'll be back to lower visibility. Right now it doesn't look like there's a tremendous amount of snow weighing down the trees. So if you're in this part of the state and you're worried about power outages, the snow is just a little too light and fluffy and not wet and sticky. So the wind is able to kind of keep the snow from piling up in the trees. And so if you look, there's like basically no accumulation on power lines or really anything. There's just a dusting on the trees, and they're not really showing much signs that it's weighing them down. So as long as the wind continues, which it is, it's going to continue all night, I would say that bodes very well for power outages being caused by trees. Now, the winds could gust strong enough to where tonight, where any susceptible, trees or whatever, could come, have a limb fall on a random line, but it shouldn't be too bad tonight. My thought is that since there's been several kind of feisty little systems over the last, few years, there's been some coastal storms, there's been hurricanes that have been offshore that have put a little bit of wind on. This isn't going to be a whole lot different than that. So most likely, if there was any susceptible trees or anything like that, for the most part they would have come down in some of the previous storms. So since it's not like there hasn't been strong wind here in a while, I think it could be a good sign that or a good possibility that no power outages here in this part of North Carolina. Of course, all it takes is one random tree to fall on the wrong line, but generally I think the wind is more your friend this time because it's keeping the snow from piling up onto trees and power lines. The temperature also helps. It's right now it's 22 degrees. If the temperature, most of the time when you're getting snow here, it's probably closer to freezing. It's not this intense Arctic air mass that you have 20-degree temperatures literally all the way to the beach in southeastern South Carolina or North Carolina. So the temperatures kind of make it the snow not quite as sticky as when it's warmer. So all of that's kind of working in the favor of maybe not being as susceptible to power outages tonight. Now tomorrow in this area, it will not get above freezing. But there is a chance that later tomorrow, there could be a few pockets of sunshine that pop out. And even though the temperature is not going to get above freezing tomorrow in this area, or really probably anywhere in North Carolina for that matter, it's possible that that little bit of sun late in the afternoon could work to help the roads improve a bit, at least depending upon if the Department of Transportation is still going, working real hard, which I'm sure they will be. But whenever they can get a little help, when the Department of Transportation can get a little help from the sun, that can definitely speed up the process. If they have brine, liquid, sand and salt to put down, and then the sun pops out, that can really help. And but Monday morning still probably going to be, well, it's not probably, Monday morning is still going to be a mess, even if there is just the slightest bit of melting Sunday afternoon. That I'm not sure that really will even help a whole lot, because you might just have pockets of black ice then, because this is quite a bit of snow. And so even if it melts some off the road tomorrow, which it won't be entirely, it'll be up to the Department of Transportation if they're able to plow the roads and sand them and salt them. And then there'll still be a little bit of ice from all the vehicles that have packed down, and that's sometimes hard to remove. That's why if y'all saw the last couple of days, if you're here in North Carolina, they were putting down that brine mixture. It makes white lines on the road. That's to help so that the snow and ice doesn't stick as readily to the highway, so that when it is time to plow, maybe they will be able to get that off the road a little bit easier than they would. It's still not a perfect situation. There's still going to be a lot of ice that's basically been, snow that's been compacted down into ice that's stuck on the road, and that takes a little bit to melt, and it's very difficult to plow off. So Monday morning commute, probably most of North Carolina really it's not going to be very fun. And I think Monday the temperatures are going to warm up above freezing, maybe mid-30s. At least in this area, but it's going to get back down into the teens overnight. So probably the roads won't be really good until Tuesday, or probably even more like Wednesday. At least the places, once you start getting more than 6 inches of snow, it takes a minute for the roads to get in order. I don't know exactly the amount of resources that North Carolina has as far as plows and stuff. They've looked like they've done pretty good. Me driving around, I've seen quite a bit, but they've been definitely focused on the main highways. So I don't know if they're exactly going to be able to, work all the roads that need to be worked. You can see right here we're having places where the road is exposed. That's where the winds kind of accelerate between houses, and so the snow is kept off of that part of the road, and then between them you have basically drifts of snow, so it's a little deeper. That was a good example of that back there. Snow starting to pick back up. National Weather Service report of 7.5 inches up near Newport, which is just like northwest of Morehead City. These places that I'm going through where you see a little bit of road and then there's a snowdrift, after a long night tonight of strong winds, like right here. So the road is exposed here because the winds are accelerating across it. And then right there, the snow gets a little deeper. There's going to be snow drifts because of the storm tonight with the winds. There's going to be good snow drifts. Like you know, there's going to be snow drifts probably feet deep in certain isolated locations. You know, certainly in ditches and places like that where the snow is, or the wind is kind of blocked and the snow dumps. So you definitely don't want to be sliding off the road into that. Because you will not get out. So it looks like I'm coming up on Indian Beach up here. It shows it's snowing pretty heavily again at Atlantic Beach. Another good example of where the wind is blasting the snow off in certain areas where its winds are going around homes to the left, and then the snow kind of piles up on each side of it. Those snow drifts in between those clear spots will probably have a couple of feet of snow tomorrow. But I'm sure they'll send a plow through here sometime tonight, I would guess. And looking off to my left, the wind is even accelerated more because this is, I guess, a very narrow part of the island right here. So the winds are being able to accelerate over the open water, which is really just on the other side of these homes. So that's why the winds are a little stronger right here, especially between the houses. That wind gust made me go sideways a little bit. It caught me, I could feel it. I have been blown straight off the road parked in a blizzard before. The road was a little icy and I was parked kind of on the side, but you know, plenty, probably like a couple of feet from where it starts going down, and just getting video of something, and I just felt the truck start moving, and it just took me, and once it started getting down on the incline, that was it. There's nothing I could do. It's the only time I've got stuck in snow was that time, and I could not get out. I had to get towed out the next morning. Kansas state troopers did not want me to stay in my vehicle overnight, but their interstate had become closed at that point, and so I was like, I'd rather stay with my vehicle. And he actually had to call his supervisor to make sure that he could leave me, because he was worried about me. But I was like, look, I got gas, I've got food, I'm gonna watch some football on my iPad, I have Starlink, so I have communication, I have heated blankets, warm food, plenty of drink. Well, I have enough food and water in my vehicle for basically 2 weeks. So, because I never know what I'm about to do, whether it's a major storm where I'm trapped for a while, or a hurricane or whatever. So, I have about 2 weeks of food and water in here at all times, and that includes snacks and real food, and then I have a bed. So. It's my mobile motel.
The mystery of the $15 phone.
Ads. Don't you love them? Looks like there's a vehicle up there. This will be the first vehicle that I've come up on this road. A car in front of me.
Your route may be affected by winter storm warning.
There actually hasn't been too many vehicles come across here. There's only a couple of tracks. And definitely not been any plows or anything on this road yet. So this is where the aquarium is. This is a long barrier island, especially when you're only able to go 25 miles an hour, which I guess there's a speed limit of 35. I guess that's, well, surely it's not 35 the entire way. No way. It must be coming up on a community or something. Although I guess this is a vacation-y spot, which there might be a lot of people walking and stuff like that, so maybe it is 35 the whole way. to get a little dark. I'll probably just get a little bit more video. And then at some point later tonight, I'll probably just find a spot to pull over and go to sleep. And then we'll see what happens during the night. Probably the really strong winds will stay to the southeast. But it's not completely out of the question that we could get some on shore. More likely over at Buxton and Ocracoke. Atlantic Beach. Winds still are not horrible here. Of course, we're a little protected. Nobody's venturing out anymore. 8 inches just north of Emerald Isle. So across from Emerald Isle on the mainland. I'm not sure, like kind of between Bogue and Morehead City. So 8 inches there reported. 7.5 inches and 6 inches northwest of Morehead City. Inland, 7 inches up by New Bern, 5 inches in that same area. Just a couple inches over northwest of Jacksonville. In Jacksonville, 5 inches. 6.5 inches northwest of Swansboro, so about halfway between Morehead City and Jacksonville, more or less. And then further northwest, 2 inches near Fayetteville, and then Charlotte, looks like the winter so far, 6 to 9 inches up there, even 11 there northeast at Concord, 12 inches there just outside of Charlotte, 7 inches up by Greensboro, and 8 inches, same area. And then far west, 9 inches west of Asheville. Asheville looks like it got about 8 inches, so looks like most of the entire state has gotten some decent snow. Down in the south, a little town called Maxton, just 2 inches, and then King's Landing, not from the Game of Thrones, 2 inches. So I guess the only place that hasn't really got anything significant is basically Wilmington. Literally just missed out. So this heavy snow has been basically all day just east of Wilmington. So Wilmington has missed out, and of course the beaches that are south of there, Cure and Carolina Beach. So just that kind of southern, south central part of North Carolina that there is adjoining to South Carolina is about the only place that didn't get meaningful snow so far. And there is a little bit of snow down there that they could still get, but it's hard to know exactly how much. And then of course there actually hasn't been a whole lot of snow that's fallen out on Cape Hatteras. Temperature's still 35 degrees in the community of Hatteras, so they're still above freezing there, just slightly on the warm side of the storm. But up at Nags Head, they've got a couple inches up there. Wind will be a big story tonight out there. There could be wind gusts, to strong tropical storm force. I'm not sure there was a potential a few days ago or a couple days ago of maybe seeing some hurricane force wind gusts out there. I'm not sure that's as likely with the storm track being a little bit further to the southeast, but nevertheless, there's going to be some strong wind gusts out there tonight. But right now, the winds out there are really not much stronger than they are over at like Beaufort, which is near me. And the winds over there at Beaufort, we're definitely a little strong because of that. There's a body of water, like it's called, I guess, the Newport River, that's north of there, and so with that water body, they're getting some pretty strong winds over there. And I imagine that Cedar Island probably also is getting some pretty good winds. I wonder if they're still running the ferry right now. It said 4:30 was their last one, and 10:30 in the morning. So I guess there's a ferry on the way to Ocracoke probably still right now. What, it takes like a couple hours, I think, maybe. So that's probably a little bit fun with the wind and snow out there. But I believe the eastern end of Ocracoke Island has already gotten some water issues, as they often do. Those low-lying areas there near the horse pen area, where the ocean kind of gets on there pretty frequently. Same kind of deal there near Frisco Beach, and then of course over at Buxton too. So some of those places will probably have some overwash and some road closures on NC-12 tonight. But there's been several of these systems that have been kind of like this, just not with snow, but with wind and waves, and so it's probably going to be pretty typical of the last few. There was that hurricane that was just offshore, and there was a strong storm, so no direct hits. So this is going to be very similar, with just most of the strong winds just offshore of the barrier islands out there. And but still wouldn't be surprised to see, you know, a few inches of snow on the back end there on Hatteras. And with the winds that they'll be getting, you know, so this would be like Sunday morning, like 6 a.m., 3 to 6 a.m., and then maybe right as sunrise is happening, it could be some pretty strong winds and maybe some blowing snow. And like even in front of me, you can see that there's like a blue, like wall, and the beach is basically on the other side of that, and there's already been enough snow that it's almost gotten covered up with the drifting snow. You can just kind of make out the top of it in a couple of spots, but you can see all that snow blowing around over there. So that's going to be the real issue tonight, is piles of snow are going to pile up in areas where, you know, basically where the wind is not as strong, and then the places that are strong, it's going to remove the wind, or the places the wind are strong is going to remove the wind and deposit the snow more in places that the winds are less, you know, behind a structure, behind some trees, things like that. So definitely with this amount of snow, definitely is going to be impactful for a few days. Looking at North Carolina's road maps, quite a bit of problems over on this side, and then especially as you get to Greensboro, Charlotte, and that area. It shows the roads are fairly okay, kind of between the snow we're getting here and the snow over there. So Fayetteville, Raleigh, it shows the roads okay. How much snow did they get in Raleigh? Let's see. Yeah, so northwest of Raleigh, just an inch. So looks like they haven't got enough snow in that area. So it's kind of been between the two areas of snow. There's the very heavy wind-driven snow that's basically, you know, from basically east of Goldsboro, east of Rocky Mount, and east of Wilmington. And then you have that other band of snow that is west of Raleigh, west of Fayetteville, out into the west, you know, most of the western part of North Carolina. So there's like a little gap there, and that right through the middle of North Carolina, where they've gotten a little bit of snow, but it's not been enough to cause problems. But that snow that's in western North Carolina is going to is probably going to move in. I mean, they are kind of gapped right now, but I expect that sometime during the night that will move across, and they will get some snow. I mean, there's even some precipitation showing up offshore, coming in from like southwest of Wilmington, and so that could easily put put some snow in there. We've had snow as far down as Charleston, South Carolina. Not really any accumulating, just a dusting of snow. And then even to Savannah, again, just a dusting down there. More significant snows adjoining North Carolina and South Carolina there in northeast Georgia, but a pretty strong system. Models were showing it, you know, it could have even been stronger, but or maybe not just so much stronger, because it's still going to be pretty strong. But if it was just a little bit closer to the coast, you know, the winds and snow would you know, would have piled up even more. Or especially the winds. If the storm was a little bit closer, the snow could have backed up. If the warm air could have, you know, just like it is above freezing in Hatteras right now, there's a possibility that freezing line could have been a little bit further west, but probably not tremendously so. So mainly we're just missing out on, you know, very strong winds. And but still tonight, Hatteras, Buxton, Avon, Rodanthe, probably Ocracoke, maybe even down to Highway 70 on the eastern end there at Atlantic, and up to, what is that, Cedar Island as well. But right now, gusting to 38 in Hatteras, and it's gusting to 36 over near Cedar Island, and 30 here. A couple lightning strikes 100 miles southeast of me, so way out over the ocean. video with the drone.
Takeoff. Home point updated. Home point updated.
No movement detected. Ending the ride.
nothing crazy. There's hardly anybody out on the streets right now. And no plows or anything that I saw that whole time that I was flying. So very quiet night, most likely. Where a good place to hang out for tonight would be. There's certainly a lot here at Atlantic Beach, but I don't really think there's going to be hardly anybody on the road. Yeah, I think I'm just going to stay out here at Atlantic Beach. Not here. But I'm going to call it. I doubt I have anybody watching anyway. Let's see. Well, for the 161 of you that have been hanging with me, I'm gonna go ahead and turn off the stream.
Pumping fuel is a total breeze. Hit the power button.
YouTube ads, gotta love them. But I may stream if anything starts happening tonight or in the morning of interest. I may put the stream back up, but these snowstorms definitely starting to get a little blah to me. I don't know how many I've done so far this year or this winter, but I am ready for some storms and tornadoes and rain and warmth and spring and flowers and crickets and grasshoppers and all of that fun. I've seen enough snow for many years this winter, and some of the models were showing some severe weather maybe in a couple of weeks. We'll see. It's going to take a little bit of time to get this Arctic high pressure out of here, completely at least, this trough that's in the east. But thanks for watching. Like and subscribe, and of course you can look at my videos. I'm not sure I'm going to post a YouTube video on this. Probably not got anything crazy enough to. I try not to post anything on YouTube that's not definitely interesting, major stuff going on or whatever. And this is more like pretty snow. I'll definitely post on Facebook. For those people that are out here, I've already posted some video from earlier on my photojournalist Brian M. Finger Facebook page. There's a few people I interviewed, including one guy and his one couple, and they had like an 8-month-old, and hopefully he finds my video, because I interviewed him afterwards. But when they went out to the beach, the wind, the snow and the sleet was on their backs, but when they came back, it was right in their faces, and that poor 8-month-old was just being beat up from all of the wind and the cold, and they were trying desperately to cover him up, and that's what I got on video. And you can just see him trying to cover him up, but the wind is just blowing everything off of him, and so he won't remember it, but hopefully he'll be able to see the video that I got of him in a snowstorm on the North Carolina beach. And so yeah, you might watch that. That's probably the coolest shot that I got. As well as there was a lot of dogs playing, which is fun. My dog actually hates the snow, so he doesn't play in the snow. He turns the other way from the snow. But between the dogs and them trying to keep the 8-month-old from being assaulted by a winter storm, most of the people stayed off the roads, which is what we want. There was like a few slide-offs here in Morehead City. A lot of people, just little issues. I didn't see any accidents. Even the slide-offs, it didn't seem as though the vehicles were damaged. So that means everybody was going, you know, slow enough to where even if they lost control and slid off, they're not going to do any damage, which is what you want to do, especially if you're not comfortable driving in the snow. But we'll see what tomorrow brings. And